Hello and welcome. Today we will be finally be beating the Great Ace Attorney. I just wanted to hang out for a little bit beforehand because, my goodness, I am sleepy. I just recently woke up, and it's very tough, like making the first thing you do, in the day, sitting in a chair and streaming videos game. It's, you know, like your body wants to do more. It wants to be up. It wants to do stuff. But no, you don't let it happen. Fuck your body. You got video games to play, baby. I've got to see what happens to Sherlock Sholmes. He's my boy. But yeah. Oh man, I was really uber tired the last time. After beating the investigation phase, I just got so tired that I was just doing that thing where like you're like half asleep and you're just like autopiloting and you're just hitting buttons. You shouldn't be just hitting buttons during a trial for somebody's life. I know it's a video game, but it's I'm not real, so video games are real to me. You see? It makes sense. Okay? You don't understand my pain. All you people out there in the flesh world. And what if I was flesh? That would be weird. Next model I make is gonna have realistic human skin. Will it be theirs? Maybe we need more eldritch horrors as VTubers, like not like, oh, this is Ina, she's a eldritch tentacle monster. No, I'm talking VTubers that are legitimately scary. I want a VTuber that's hard to look at. Yeah, I want a VTuber that just screams, God help us all. We are living to see creation's horrors currently within our comprehension, which is even more terrifying. But all that doesn't fucking matter. You know what? It's the only thing that matters is my boy. Thank you for the follow. It's my boy, Sherlock fucking Sholmes. That's all that matters. Let me get... I think this would be the best way to... well... The Twitch dashboard isn't great to have up, because it's so, like, laggy. So I'll just have OBS be my main operational thing. Now, let's transition over to the game side. Game Boy Advance, Game Boy SP. And let's get started with the Gay Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh, and turn off the music. That's right. But sorry, lo-fi hip-hop radio girl. Your time is over. It's Sherlock Sholmes time now, baby! Let's go! Bum 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 bum. Oh, I forgot about Nash. I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door in the back into the back room. Oh yeah, what the fuck? This didn't happen. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Winterbank? No, never. I was just, you know. Looking out for me, bro, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. That man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him? Oh, right. He pointed his gun at Mr. Windibank. Okay. Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off through that door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him, with a gun. Ginny allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again? Look, the point is, me and my brother here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and my brother here. Me and my brother here. Never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. Alright, the gun. He fucked me over the counter. Alright, so he just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. So what evidence do we have? It's been too long. Alright. The armed man, pawnbroker's ticket, Gina's representation papers, Iris's manuscript, Mr. McGilda's case notes, today's paper. There's some bullshit about some foreign affairs. Autopsy report, single bullet wound from the back. A photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene a short time before the murder took place. Wait a minute, I just had a thought. There are two guns here, both of them had signs of being fired once. No, I was gonna say, maybe they fired Mr. Windibank's gun, then threw it into the storeroom, and, their gun was the one that was actually the one that killed him, but nah. Alright, he flew at us like he was possessed, strong as an ox, checked me over the counter. Let me make sure I pressed this already. Nothing at all! Nothing, Gov, nothing! Yo, geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Fucking, I hate it. I hate their faces. Locked it was, from the inside. We knew it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. No! Man, Zeke, you're so boring. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Counsel? It could have been. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Eh? What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face-to-face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What's your point, my learned friend? Like, see, the issue is that Van Zeeks, you're boring. You're basic. Like, Miles Edgeworth. Now that's a man. Now that's a man you can love. He's a tall glass of water. And he's an asshole, but he's an asshole you love. I don't know jack shit about this guy except that he's kind of racist and kind of a shitbag. And also, I mean, he's probably definitely not involved with the murder of defendants. But he's not involved. The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Winterbank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be wrong as hell. Easy. I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. This plan, you know, you can read, right? Yeah, I can fucking... God. There's no words on this, douchebag. Ha! A simple test. From where that person could have fired the gun. The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom! Continue. Mr. Winterbank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So, you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door in the back room. If Mr. Winterbank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Huh! It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Nah! Ah! Do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. I see.
Objection.
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But, what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Well, the only other person that was inside the room would have been Gina. Nash Skulkin. Professional baddie. It was Van Zeeks. It was Tobias Gregson. It was Eggert Benedict. No, it was Gina.
Objection.
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Ah, yes. That's a tricky one, that, isn't it? But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv! If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. I'm so racist, it's unbelievable. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Like guns. Guns are danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this! Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life! Hold it! But we ain't the ones who done it! We ain't, Gov, we ain't! You gotta believe us! I mean, come on, we never shoot no one! That's blatantly untrue, I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes! There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Yeah. Objection. Nope. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. That was amazing, Runo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. Yeah, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Objection. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? I find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks. I find myself the defense's argument most persuasive. Yes, but the gun. I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. Yeah, of course. The gun. I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick, whatever it is, to the troops on the ground, The gun. Oh, bullets. Okay. By George! Count bullets! Yes, sir. Two. Yeah, I don't know how this trick got pulled off. Okay, how do they pull this stupid trick off? The Skulkin brothers didn't have enough time after shooting Sholmes to modify the crime scene. They couldn't have, at that time, gotten their gun into, like, the gun that shot Sholmes. They couldn't have gotten that into the storeroom. You yourself told the court only moments ago. So... Oh my goodness. I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brothers' gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means... Winterbank not shot by same gun, stop. Only one bullet, stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponi street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However... it was nothing more than a diversionary trick. Ugh. Gwa! Yeah. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but that was kind of, a little bit... Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of his hollowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks! But this court needs to open its fucking eyes. I'm so racist. You need to disbar me instantly. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. No. That disc! At music box disc. McGilded's music box disc. Good gracious. Come on, guy. I hate everyone. Uh-oh. We're gonna have to make a summation examination again. Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that that disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, Van Zeeks, you bad boy. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Oh, fuck the queen. Fuck the queen and all her bigwig assholes. Male Strongheart? More like fucking... I got nothing, I'm sorry. Indeed, bailiff? There is nothing more to add. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo. My lord! What if I might say something at this point? Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden... The answer's barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Not again. Guilty! Guilty! Guilty.
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 Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. I can't believe Russian revolutionary Vilen Bolshevik is ready to condemn a man, to condemn a 17-year-old girl. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line! I wrote that! Bitch! Fucking! Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winnemig. That's beyond any doubt. Yep. Alright. So, I think the thing we're going to be working here is the motive. Because it wasn't a nefarious means. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Time to bust this nut wide open. Since only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. Stop. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. Stop. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns. Well, shit, boy. Let's press that shit. Yo, Vilen. You got some ballistics records for us? Were pistols at this time rifled? When that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more! It's not fair. The prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, it doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Heh, that's pretty good. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Yeah. I think that Van Zieks is a good guy, but he's an asshole about it. Like, Miles Edgeworth times 1,000. Need to press Vilen. I thought you were just a tourist. Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So, you're a ballistic expert. Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent death of, no, blood of, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps? Ah, those! Extreme violent bloodbaths! English is very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please, only in Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, still, we should bear it in mind. Alright, so let's press the only other statement about guns. Is the maid. Count the table settings. Count the rounds. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I have to reconsider my position. A third bullet somewhere on the scene? Could that be possible? Can I prove it? No. Signs of a single discharge. Mr. Winterbank only carried one bullet in his thing. No evidence of a gunshot anywhere in these photos, as far as I can tell. Well, the lamp broke too. And I don't know how that happened, or when that happened. That hasn't been explained. Finally. The music box disc. I can't prove it yet. And the two bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Yes, I know. Right. And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. And if I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt. And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me. A third bullet. It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere? That makes me think there is one, but there's not. It's not on the scale, it's not in the doll, it's not in the skull. Because it would have to be, if it were in this photograph, it would be somewhere in the second one, because, well, unless Gina fired it here, in which case, you know. Ugh. Is this really all that's here, is just look at a stereoscope? Ugh. Let's get some more information out of this guy. Please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! If Hurley was shot twice, or the bullet was still in him, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? Oh, shit! This surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What's the fellow's name now? Herlick? No. Herlock? No. Hairlock? Herlock Sholmes, by any chance. Yes, good lord! It was that Hairlock fellow! What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but... Yes, surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. Counsel for the defense is correct. As clearly shown in this photographic print, the bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, and then exited his body and launched into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. Wait a minute! That's not right! Now I remember! I didn't remember! Oh yeah! That was there when we got there! That was there when we got there! Before Holmes was shot! Before Sholmes was shot! Who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury, no sign that the bullet had left the body at all. That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards, which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? That's true. Now I know I can prove it. I can prove it. Oh, what? Come on! Damn it. Okay. No! Where's an expert when you need one? Okay. Now, I've read it now.
Objection.
A bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Hello, my name is Wieland. Pleased to meet you. I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard. I was running away along a mountain road in freezing cold. Golly! The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind, and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body, but no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looked just like bullet wound. Good gracious! Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all! The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. That's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may. Lord Banziques? Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth his pouch! Ah, I see. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. Not quite. Not quite, not quite, not quite, bitch asses. Hold it, hold it. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Time to examine it. Oh, come on. I could see the bullet the whole time. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it? Ah, that's the Skulkin Brothers' bullet. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Winterbanks that night. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and you can even see, that's so good, the fact that the file exploded and you can see where it pierced through the leather. Ugh. I know, I'm sure of it too. Come on. I can prove it.
Take that! Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? I'm so racist! What? Since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. I already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. His cleave is within this photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene, and until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ugh. Yeah, get fucked. Fuck you, Van Zeeks. But I appreciate you collecting that evidence for us. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once! Wow, damn. This is just straight up like, man, fuck whatever bullshit we were doing. You just found a 3rd bullet. What the fuck? Governor? Make of it, Gov. I don't make nothing of nothing if I can help it. Is it one of yours? God blimey, Gov. God blimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Eh? What? Never. The Skulkin brothers never work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Let me... That's an head scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. I'm also starting to form a picture. That thing is happening where a thought is appearing in my head and I'm getting goosebumps because it might just be right. I'm thinking, obviously someone else was there. Someone else we could identify because of their green blood. They must have appeared after midnight. On account of, the fact that the calendar had been turned. I think Mr. Windibank's gunshot, is the one that's lodged in the wall. I think Gina shot the intruder. I think it was Egbert Benedict. He came into the establishment after Gina and was threatening to try and find the other music box disc. And she took Windibank's gun and shot him, and he went away. No. She shot Mr. Windibank. No, because the Skulkin brothers did meet Mr. Windibank and went face to face. I don't know. Let's see. It's nothing to do with them. They didn't have another gun. There's a third intruder. I don't think they're lying. Let's save, because while this is me having this thought that it has nothing to fucking do with them, I'm concerned that we might have to take another step to get there. Eh? Eh? Nash, eh? That's right. Yeah, nothing to do with us, Gov. We've established that one bullet was fired from each of the two guns already known to the court. The logical conclusion, therefore, is that on the night in question at Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery, there was another person present in possession of a third firearm. Whilst the brothers may have had nothing to do with the third gun or the bullet fired from it, it's inconceivable that they had nothing to do with the third man. Yes, the brothers were working with an accomplice who was carrying a gun! An accomplice, you say? Pigswill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations, yet in all that time there has been not a murmur of a third man. This apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Ah! The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime, the bloodstain. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. Well, counsel? It's just to prove the existence of this accomplice, and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. I have something to say. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. Well, it's a combination of this one and the other one.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? Green blood? Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective! New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Ooh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that someone else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. Ugh. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. And whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? Eggert Benedict.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Counsel? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. That's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. And you claim this man is the brothers' accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Never seen the geezer before in my life! On me life, Gov, on me life, never seen him! Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree, we must see proof of that clean-cut gentleman. The music box disc with his blood, we can prove that it's green! Yeah! Let's go! I thought I might have to spray it first before doing anything else. Yeah. Yeah, you motherfucker! Get in this goddamn courtroom right now, you piece of shit! You asshole! You prickwad! You douche nozzle! Let me just make sure I got the right evidence here.
Take that!
Good gracious, Counsel, does that portfolio contain the answers to every question posed? Claret-colored liquids, my Nipponese friend, but... enough! It's the music box, motherfucker. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from from Windibank's, which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc? That don't belong to you! Pow, 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 pow. You've drawn blood, you filthy animal! Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green! It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar! The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night! So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence. This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land? Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Ah, well. Yeah, feet! And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Ugh. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief! What did you just say, young girl? And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes! Wow, you're kind of... I'm scared now. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter! Snipers in the building! It must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. Was there a queen at this time? Because I know Queen Elizabeth was brought on in like the... Oh, man. Well, it doesn't really matter. But she was, you know, she wasn't the queen in 1900. I can tell you that much. I'm going to look this up because I'm curious now. England's kings and queens. List of English monarchs. There we go. Scroll down to the bottom here. We got... Wait. Oh, come on. You don't just have like just a linear list? This article is about English monarchs until 1707. British monarchs. Okay. Anne, George, Victoria, Edward. Yeah, Elizabeth II was in 1926. Jesus. Wait, is that when she was born? That was when she was born. Um. From 6th of February 1952. Okay. So the the regent at the time was either Victoria or Edward the Seventh. I think it was probably Victoria. When was the British English Crystal Tower? Is that a thing? The Great Exhibition of 1851. When was the Great Exhibition? But I thought it said that I don't know. I don't know. Man, these Wikipedia romps are tough. When does the Great Ace Attorney take place? Yeah, July 9th, 2015. Thanks. Yeah, okay. It's not well stated. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Um some shit. Some shit. December 30th. But what year? Oh well. Oh well.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
Yeah! VLN Bolshevik! Whew! Well, that was close.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? Then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue! Ugh! Yeah, get fucked. Yeah, get fucked. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested a subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5. What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right, yes, this one you mean. Of Mr. Benedict? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say... You know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No! Good gracious! Holy shit! Order! Order! Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he's a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. We should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste, as your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. He's the spy! He's the spy! He's the one leaking all the shit. Because he's a spy! He's a spy, you bitch ass. I'ma kill you. You're going to die. I'm going to arrest you for spying. Leaking information about Britain and her allies to our enemies in other foreign countries. Her allies include Japan, you asshole. And America. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? Starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it? That picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Humph. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the street to the 2-to-1. To Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So he broke into Winterbank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew, I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyways? I just want to see it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, all right. Mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Jenny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. Oh, the Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. Started to think I should help, see. So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when 2 shots were fired. I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come in for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. Damn. What a nice old guy. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Runa's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove what was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. Yeah, that prickwad douchebag. Still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. You don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. What? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Erdo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, I'm a right thief. Have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. I love being a thief and lying and stealing and fucking... Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another kill off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You what? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of this crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My boyfriend. My boyfriend. Yeah. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. He believed in me, and he loved me, and we were boyfriends. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Sorry, all this talk of belief, I, felt a little underdressed. Since then, I came to realize if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you, so you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diva and a no-good liar? You're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Because we believe in you, and you should believe in yourself, and you should believe in us, and we believe in you. Mr. Naruto, I... Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. It's been an hour. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. That flash was too fast. And it, glitched out. I didn't see, Kazuma at all. The old Bailey courtroom. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. That glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord! The subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. It is him! I thought it would be like a twin brother or something. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about? You're apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You'll respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Yeah, it's him. Gladly, my lord! Gladly! I hope everything he says triggers the Skulkin brothers. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time, but are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Yeah, his cane did say AG, didn't it? By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Rinosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchante. I'm not holding your fucking hat, asshole. Oh shit, it's just a full costume change. That's good. That's hilarious. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyways? I'm also super racist. Well, needless to say. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character anyways? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great... well... a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. And great detective, you say? Tisk, now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Excuse me! Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this! How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin! What? Eh? Call blimey, governor! You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Eh? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them! It must have been him! You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again. That's all. What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him. And... oh, well, spells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing to do whatsoever with Mr. Windmake's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Objection! Objection! Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must! Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Ugh. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Rip! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Now... There's another disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Alright, we're gonna press the hell out of you. But I think the ticket is the main thing. McGilded, you say? That famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. I think the note is probably the redemption ticket. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the salubrious areas of her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day, prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on McGilded's disc. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the four-footed item. No, incorrect. This is just a funny line. Not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing in McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. If you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Okay, is the other note. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. But Gregsy's been very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. This is one small box. This is the one. Because this is the coat, and this is the box. Okay, it just says it. It just says it. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this – 'second' pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah! Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this – 2nd pawnbroker's ticket proves. 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 2nd pawn There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windbank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah! This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that, for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection.
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Window Ang's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir! What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. If the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations, one was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winbanks received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident, that's 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Alrighty. Now placing them side by side leaves me cold. Alright. Let's see. I think I can see some shift, but I need to find the issue. The issue with your tissue is this issue. I'm trying to see if I can just spot the difference myself. But it's a quite difficult task. So, let's try the age-old technique of crossing my goddamn eyes. I'm so bad at this. I have to put my fingers in front of my face in order to do it. Ugh, okay. Okay, I got it. I got it unlocked. I just need my eyes to focus. 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 The lock! No. Yes! That small box! It moved from the picture frame. I got it! Thank you, stereoscopy! Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir! Did you? The little purple box. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. Yes, but one was moved, dickwad. Incorrect. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. No. Get up, Ryunosuke. Get up, Ryunosuke. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? Point out a discrepancy. There's a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me... Wait! Unbelievable! Whoa! By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGillicuddy's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGillicuddy is in fact... Yes, the very small box I just identified in those photographic prints! Mindless guesswork! What if it was? So box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGillicuddy's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything! I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside the box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. That court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff! Arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. It's the second music disc, but it's not in the box anymore. Cause he fucking took it. But there should be evidence that it was there, hopefully. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Humph. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGillicuddy from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGillicuddy perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGillicuddy was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that. Prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Jenny, could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Yeah? Alright. Only Gina can explain this to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. It's a risky move. What's the right thing to do here? I'm not gonna leave it. If I can't prove it, the case is over, period. Hard stop. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. If you have no objection... Alright, sorry, Jenny, but your lies will become truths. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. Good luck, Ginny. Good luck, Herlock, for not dying. The articles that Mr. McGilda had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilda. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Yep. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilda. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilda died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean... I don't know what you mean. I already said of all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Runo now! Iris? We're on your side! Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I don't know what's going on. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. The truth come out. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Yeah, my defendant lied, but don't worry about it. Sent the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch. Not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. Yep, as you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the men deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness, and of my learned friend, are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? And McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the East. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you! Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it! Humbug! I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Mr. McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with cross-examination. Alright, time to figure out what the fuck happened. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. They're just fucking talking to each other? What the fuck? Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? Told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared, the way he was looking at me. I thought If I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of a rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over my head and that pair on the roof deck went to call the slops. That pawn shop obviously being Winterbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. Gilly took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. Driver looked pretty happy when McGill had flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bug trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scalp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in log, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilden have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilden had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important, that he needed to hide at all costs. Ugh. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats... I'm gonna push everything and then see if I can pursue them without a emotional thing. False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilden and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say... I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was bloomin' loud and all. And I believe he let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That's what gave me away. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. Bruce Fairplay and some fucker. Forget his name. Ladies first. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. Still have McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I had the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that, mainly. Alright. Alright, let's just pursue them without an emotional thing.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! What? Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine! You think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired in the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilda was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Could the box be a music box? If the box is a music box, we can play the disc and see what the fuck is going on. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. If it's a music box, then we get some shit. Come on. Come on. No, not to be continued. No, come on. Just let me. I just realized I didn't promote this stream in any of the servers I'm in. I'm stupid. Didn't I? No, not the... Kamos. Nah, it's fine. Okay. That's promoted. I just needed to get that out of the way. See if anybody else wanted to stop by, say hey. See the end of the game! Absolutely a fucking music box. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago? Yep. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Yes, it's a fucking... Wait a minute, but that's for a... There's no ordinary box, it seems. Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGillard's disc deposited at Windibanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGillard's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell his music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Gah! No further delays, please. Play the disc! Oh, the disc is tiny. That's Morse. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. You're a communications officer! You are a communications officer. You know it's Morse code. Shut the fuck up! With much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Objection! It's Morse code! It is a clue! It's not a could be! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. It's Morse code. It's Morse code. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Ugh. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Eh? Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Runo, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Can I see the music box? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. I want to see if I can personally transcribe this. I don't know enough Morse code. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. It's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I get that it's the past and they don't know anything. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Oh, shit. We're gonna go straight into it? Because there's nothing else that talks about, telegraphs or anything.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council? The headline is, Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. Ah, no, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice? Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, didn't you? Did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? Swords of words I half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill had perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death! So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night, because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer's been prattling away.
Objection.
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Huh? The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure.
Hold it.
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. What? Who do you think you are? Name's Snash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. I'm gonna kill you. I'm going to kill you. Look, all we done was break into the gaff the other night. What he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Well, Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did! Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little what, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. What about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. I wonder if I can play it. Because there's also a second disc, wasn't there? If I'm not mistaken. Now, is this a button? Oh, what is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Look at that! There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Okay. Speed controller. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different note, but this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. See, the issue is we need the other disc. Yeah. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of this box? Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the singleton produced by this movement will be different to the singleton we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. I need Holmes's copy of the disc.
Hold it!
Let's press this. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha! I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. Da-da. This is B. Da-da-da-da. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? It is just the dashes. It's just the dots. Okay. It's a government secret. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Ha 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 ha. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Harris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
And does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? Yes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then, what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into the Morse code? I already did it. Come on. I don't need to see this again. Yes, yes, yes. The bottom opens up as well.
Got it!
Got it! Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? Ugh. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box. That's more than 1! Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. So did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. We ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windibank's all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windibank's that night? You should not ask the reason. Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell ya. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibank's. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the 2 men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. Ah, no relation to the man, and they know something. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take to the meeting with McGilda to negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An own brickmaker firm, artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the 2 of them together. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Alright, Nash. Nash is the better one at giving up secrets anyways. That's it? Yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a nap after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. I can't read this shit. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's in old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add him an even. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi! The geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? My lord. Yes, counsel. The brothers' last sentimental statement could have vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more! Skulkin's never skulkin'!
Hold it.
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you them full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action. Got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Nah, what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers is empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A doddle, right? I think you mean to say a diddle. And that's a crime. It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. But it was him what come up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of the slum we lived in. Cole, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think it. But look at him now. He's only gonna become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Shums and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris! Don't even think about it! All of a sudden... Okay. Yeah, the business name, actually, yeah. Milverton, right. His name isn't Ashley Graydon, it's Ash Milverton.
Hold it.
I was wondering about that. But I didn't parse that I should actually... So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out. That is... Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... They weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. Where's Thrice-Fired Mason? I don't get to see Thrice-Fired Mason. Damn it. Okay. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Let me check the blood profiles. No, it doesn't have his... It just says Thrice-Fired Mason. Ah! Thank you, Susato-san! Objection! Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. Nuh-uh. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Miss McGilded, yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Ugh, I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in an illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilden managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilden had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? Oh yeah, the answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense! His arm is bleeding. His wound reopened. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all! I admit to nothing more! Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilden? Wha. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grrr. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you! Objection.
Hold it.
Oh, hold it. Hold it! You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there, that pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting... I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker. And shot him! You... What?! I mean, it's clearly lies. Order! Well, it would seem that we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. And nothing would give me greater pleasure than getting off this crime scot-free. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat... What? In a black coat? When in the hell was she... Wait. Was she wearing a black coat? Now I can't remember. Because we only have this crime scene photo. Oh, right, we've got this. Yeah, she was wearing a black... Okay, she was wearing the black coat. Right, okay. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. It's clear that the blood on her jacket was actually the blood of Mr. Mason, and not the blood of Mr. Windibank. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? Yes, but it wasn't the same blood. Oh, fuck, you're right! Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. Ugh, great. Yep. Yep. Yeah, because they won't accept the actual blood results. So we've got to find a way to make it all okay.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winnebago's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winnebank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Ha 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 ha! Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run, and it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Yeah, and also complete bullshit. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Hold it!
Do you have the gun? Could you present the gun to the court? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went up and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left a clear-up to my lackeys and left. Clear-up? We've made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate.
All right.
You little toe rag!
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Ha, ha, ha. Something wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when he got down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think he might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Runo? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. Once they discover the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing. It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. Detectives can use test tubes too. Hmm.
Hold it!
Strange that you saw that happen. All over her? Yes, through the peephole. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Father. Okay, let's try pressing that last statement and not going after Gregson, or going after Gregson himself when he's... on that last statement, because obviously something's there.
Hold it!
Okay, so that happened because we saw the testimony after the push. Alright, let's just keep on pressing.
Hold it!
Mr. Winnebago emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we was just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you! Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean, that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped up my handkerchief around it. I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor. I had no choice but wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Mr. Winnebago intended to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scampered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Wait, was she not wearing the coat? No, she was. Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then? What did you see next? No, I've pressed everything. My lord! Ah, shit. Damn it. No, my lord. Shit. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report? Bullshit! Unless McGilded shot Mason. No! The blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's! What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton, so the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done! But... Use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist! Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Pirosky to starving boy and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. That's true. His testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. That is actually shockingly accurate. I don't know how to... My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now! Sir!
Guilty.
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 No! I've already used 2 summation examinations. Do I get another? Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Okay, we do get more. Lag! I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? Don't give up, Naruhodo-kun. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Yeah! Yeah! Mr. Sholmes! Let's go! What is the meaning of this? Yeah! Let's go! Order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Yeah! Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Yeah! My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. Never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would you find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made. Ah! Meow. Why on God's green earth would this help in this situation? What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? You are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. No! 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 That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Citizen used this cat flava mat that night? But why? Literally why? Literally why? It wasn't to make the peephole, because that already existed. Didn't it? It's not visible. It is visible! It goes all the way to the first door struck. The peephole didn't exist at 1 a.m. When in God's... She used it when we were chasing after the bad guys! The peephole didn't exist before that point in time! Holy shit! Holy shit. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? I can't believe this shit. What? What? Further cross-examination? New evidence has come to light? So we need further cross-examination. But the... See, I could say further examination because I need to press that statement.
Objection.
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Ah, he said it was temporarily suspended. So nobody can say anything then. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination to Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. No, I got it. I got it. Thanks. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! Juror number 4. Get him. Help him. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, Council, are you fully prepared? I got this. I got this, you motherfucker. You motherfucker. Alright, so, so do I present... The question is, do I present this or do I present the photo that shows that there was no peephole before the moment of the crime? Let's present the cat Flapomatic, because that's what Susato gave me.
Objection.
Alright, cool. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? Ooh, it's my cat Flapomatic, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Ugh. Oh! Sorry, that was just me. I just did that.
Objection.
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of our actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes! Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies! Ora! Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second! Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy! Cooey! Time for dinner! Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey! One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flap-o-matic creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. Ugh. Hehe, old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. I have proof. It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. No, there's proof. Then a baseless accusation. No! Ryunosuke, get up! Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windibank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Misusato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies! Yeah, there we go. That's what's up. Order, order, order! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here! Oh, please. No! I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, You're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection.
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection.
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection.
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? It has to have been Gregson, unfortunately. Well... See, the issue is that... I don't think Gregson knew about the bloodstain. But if Gregson didn't know about the bloodstain, then how could Strongheart know about the bloodstain either? And it couldn't have been Van Zeeks because he didn't know about the bloodstain either. Let's save. But, I think it's, unfortunately, I'm gonna say Gregson here.
Take that.
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact— oh, right, Gregson was there when we showed the blood. We've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions did occur. No, they occurred! Ooh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to be having some kind of a secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is his Nipponese student's specialty. And they're all right! Douchebag! I don't do that. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. What was the second disc? Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Order! 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 On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGillen's down to the yard, thank you very much, so hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine! I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew that at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGillard was involved in the stealing of government secrets? My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Get fucked.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this manner. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then, you mean to say, Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, to put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. He's going to agree to it? So it must still be on Graydon's person. That sounds serious. Ooh. Ugh. No, not the police force. Just this guy. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. During the time he was rattling Nash, he passed it off to Nash. It's in Nash's fucking coat lapels. Objection! The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Runo's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now, don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be! Nash Skulkin. Of, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never! Eh? Blimey. Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard, has to object to the search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah! Bailiff, carry out the search! Now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Pat, 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 pat. Ah! Here, my lord! In the witness's pocket! I found this! Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it! Nothing! That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett! Just Gordon Flamin' Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc! Honest to God! Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Ah! It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Miss Nash Shulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, you didn't know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me with like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. He held it right down my ear, all he did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it? You... But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in the court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with the detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What?! God damn it. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public to this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be yours guiding light when you're making your decisions. Yeah, we didn't get the disc, no. As a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. The detective has very much trust in the eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now... Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole the government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Gregson. I've got it. I've got it. I've got it! Hound of the Baskervilles! Hound of the Baskervilles! This is it. This is it.
Take that!
What on earth is this, Counsel? Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these 2 men. Or perhaps, irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Oh, what? No? No? No, come on! Damn it! Ugh, I had such high hopes. could have sworn that would be the case. The music box?
Take that!
The music box, okay. Is that Mr. McGilda's Peculiar Music Box Council? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Council. No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness, that you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of! My lord, if you please! The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Yeah! In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Yeah, very well, the defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as the music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it! Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up! It's too late. It's too late. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank. And you... Traitor! Oh no! Popped a fry out of his gullet. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Hell yeah, get fucked, fucker. That's it then. It's all over. Isn't it? I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth. Born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squarl could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with acquired talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal. The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold a man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilden, not yourself. When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Mr. McGilden, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Damn. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought out all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Oh shit. He killed McGilded. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. It's that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. I see. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at the Windbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilden's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilden's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilden was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast? My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I become nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold McGilden on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him, but unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Yeah, guess who didn't kill him? Guess who didn't kill him? Guess who did kill him? Get fucked. Earlier, you called McGilden a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilden. Yes, I think I have. That's it? Yeah, I'm a monster. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we've arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah? It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Dugga 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 dugga. Ha ha ha! That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Rooney, you finally managed to do it! Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Eh? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, hmm? Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbake's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Ah! Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Ugh, but it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, me, lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty! Let's go! Pew, 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 pew. Yeah! A real big finisher. That is all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Ah. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. Racism is bad, everybody. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. What? You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day, if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Alright, Van Zeeks, I guess your whole everything that makes you a character is in The Great Ace Attorney 2. But in the meantime... It's done. It's over at last! But... where's Iris disappeared to? Oh, hi, Gina. Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No, never has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose, sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. I'm gay, and I love you. You can only believe in your clients. That's all you can do is believe. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Yes. Pardon the interruption. Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes! Ha ha! Yes, it was me all along. You see? God damn it. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again! Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures! That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hand off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make! As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. Yeah, some coves like that bog trotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. To find justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGilders of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are! Hurley, how long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize, but wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But those stolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You are the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trot the stuff, what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them like me that are from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Well, nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Ado? Yes? No! Don't shoot me with your gun! Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mrs. Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right. I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Yeah! Yeah! Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable big purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Ugh, not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head for the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't know what that fish is. I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary! Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for, then? To London, Victoria! Let's go see Susato off! Jesus! That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Yeah, there we go! Susato!
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean? Oh, that was so much fun! I still ruin his armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. I still have it? I still have it. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-a-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! After Miss Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door, and at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flap-a-mat to make the peephole in the door. It's captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Miss Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight of that made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. Are the British racist? Are the British terrible? What if they suck? From the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized. It would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only, the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew that at the time what I was doing was wrong, A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she'd done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Usato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Usato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Usato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too, for my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box contains secret messages, Miss Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Oh. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. So-gi? Asogi? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait! Iris! What did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend! What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code. Not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it! Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? The Iroha pangram. And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes! I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please! But what can this possibly mean? There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code, so the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third, is T. Guregu-san. Guregu? Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Well, it would be Wiru-san, right? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the four names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well... no, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. Yeah. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato! I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Miss Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out... No, that's not the first time you met. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. No, the first time you met was during the trial. I felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy, Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. She has such a warm smile. Every time she does that, it, like, tickles my heart.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Maga hi. This is such a fucking cliffhanger.
To traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations
Uh,
ahead.
he said it!
Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Yeah! That's my guy right there! That's my boy!
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Let's go! Bye, Susato! Hope nothing happens that gets you in trouble. Hope you don't become, like, the accused in a case or anything. Yep. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say... Objection! Igiari! Banned! Igiari! Wata! Yeah, shoot Takumi! In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I had advertised them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Oh. Kazuya Nuri. Got some great character designs, Kazuya. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Yasumasa Kitagawa. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know, son knows his father is an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Shinsuke Kodama and Takashi Ito. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket! Man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal! It's not fair! Yoshiro Ikeda and Atsushi Jodai. Kazuhiro Nakata and Ryusuke Yamada. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts are meshed together in perfect unison. I can't wait to see you break down next game, boss. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Tomohiko Osumi, Yasuyo Kondo, and Tetsuya... I missed the last name. Nadashi... Midori Latest Rants magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Ha! Her ladyship puts me to shame. Shinji Kaminaguchi, Akiko Shibata, Masaya Ueda. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders to the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Isshin Sakurai, Makoto Tanaka, Tomohiro Fujimoto, Tomoko Takahashi, Shinya Kuwashima, Miyuki Yakushi... nope. I flubbed it. I fucked it! My Rolly's back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hotting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped halfpennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Patrolly. I see. Looks like we're going to be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for our natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Jinichi Shiba, Masahiro Kimoto, Kei Hashimoto, Yuki Urabe, Masayuki Tomoyoshi, Yoshitaka... nope, I couldn't read fast enough. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, right? The three musky what-sits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. I can see the resemblance now. Now that they've both posed with each other. Yeah. The verbal, gesticulations. How fancy they are. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Shintaro Kojima, producer. Which one's my sad? Don't cry because it's over. Be happy because it happened. Okay. Aw, fuck. I honestly do wish more of this game was voice acted. Just a little bit. Just a couple more lines, you know? Really just in the cutscenes. And the callouts. For some characters, like, if they were gonna have just the callouts be voiced, they should have all the callouts be voiced. I really thought her whole thing would come up, in this game, and the next game would be a whole separate thing. It's very surprising that, to me, that it's a combination that the second game is the conclusion of everything that was going on in the first game. You know, what happens with, what's her face? Giselle Brett. What happened to Asogi? Like, for real. Why he was in danger of assassination. Why Gregson's name was on the fucking list with, two people that are dead currently. Asogi, John H. Wilson. Aw, fuck. Oh, he's standing behind. No! Oh, fuck. Sorry that you're a murderer. Later. Good luck with your life. Yeah. I bet you do feel bad. Susato! Susato! Walk with me, girl. They didn't want to animate her giving him the sword and him getting the sword, so they just moved that whole process off screen. Yeah! Fuck you. Fucking biggest criminal of all time. Close your fucking arms. Is one of you Sholmes? I hope none of you are Sholmes. Wow, it's the Topat clan. That's my funny joke. Hey, it's the corpse. It's the burnt corpse. I still think he might have survived because we didn't see the corpse. We didn't, you know. There was a body in there. I don't know. One more thing. Oh, you're gonna walk with us? Yeah! Get on this fucking party. Hey, Gregson. Huh. Gregson's kind of short, huh? Like, proportionally speaking. Like, it's just very weird seeing the full body models. Because some of them are, you know, woefully out of proportion. But, you know, that's Ace Attorney characters for you. Iris! Sorry about your dad. Can't tell you that he's dead yet because that's terrible. Yeah. Hey, Zeeks. Oh, yeah, I definitely see the resemblance now. They are doing the exact same goddamn pose. Gina! Pew! Gina loves killing and murder now. That's her. She's gonna be traumatized by her prison experience and kill. I think it's very funny that all these characters have walk cycles. No one walks in the game, they just did this for the credits. There we go. Gracie Attorney Adventures, Finn! Alright. It's great. Hell yeah. It's all ogre now. Aww! Fleeting farewell. Aww. Damn. Rip Kasogi. Rip Asogi. K Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Oh, do I not have... Oh, right, because I banned that guy. Resolve. Rants Magazine. The woman. Alright. In episode 2... Wait, what? Why is there an accolade with them on it? An accolade with the sword on it. Oh, fuck. So we got Father Frustrator, having named Taketsuchi Ouchi and Eugene Mikitoba as the victim in episode 1. Examining Miss Green's bottle. Answer wrong. The Noodler? Present the armband to Zeke's. Talk with Gina after Reno's regains consciousness. Okay. Alright, I'll try to keep that in mind the next time we start playing. You know, let's go into the auditorium.
Objection! Hold it! I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is. Your testimony completely contradicts the facts. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. I will become a lawyer.
Hold it! Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Yes, I fully understand. It really is a dream come true. We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san.
Uh-oh.
By ourselves, if we have to.
Uh-oh.
Prepare for a Susato takedown! Hiya!
Oh, no. Fear.
Objection! Now, let us engage in the art of deduction. Mr. Naruhodo. So
Mr. Naruhodo!
Let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
See, they should have these in the game. Ooh. Oh, right. Jesus. Cat and violin.
Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes's great deductions with my own eyes. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. It's quite true. I've read about it
Yeah, come on.
times in the adventures of
Put the shit in the game.
and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his art firsthand. It really is a dream come true.
You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be, Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Runo?
You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world.
It's the way of the world.
Those eyes of yours, young Nipponese, they shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation.
What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the...
Mrs. Sato, I'd hoped to have you always at my...
There's story spoilers in this DLC.
A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go and cuts down anything that's in my way.
Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Like, that's part of what made Phoenix Wright versus Ace Attorney, like Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney, one of my favorite games. It was a great game. Great game. But yeah, I think I've said basically all I want to say about this. It's really interesting. I can't wait to see where everything goes from here. There's so many unanswered questions. It makes a great cliffhanger. I don't know how I would have lived with this just being the game. Like, if this game was released as is to the West, I would have fucking freaked my shit. The fact that it's just there. It's just, you get nothing. You have to get the second game. You have to wait until the second game comes out. And there has to be a second game. Like, oh my god, that would have been nightmarish. Like, I played the first Miles Edgeworth Investigations, because that came out. But the second one hasn't been localized to the West, and I doubt it probably ever will be. It was a little bit, from the fan translation I saw, a little bit past its time. The time where it would have been accepted is a little bit past. So it's really probably just never going to come over. But if Miles Edgeworth Investigations 1 had some sort of cliffhanger like that shit, like all these loose ends, the fact that Asogi's name was on the goddamn shit, God. Like, that was all that we got transcribed. I should have listened to the full message. I should have tried to transcribe it myself. I didn't know that I would need to look up Japanese Morse code to figure out the message. It probably would have stopped me manually rather than me advancing with Gregson being like, stop playing it! God, Jesus, fine. But yeah, it definitely is a very, very trepidatious situation we find ourselves in. I'm so excited to continue playing. But I don't know what to do. See, I'm stuck. I want to keep on playing, and I want to play the next game. But I also want to play Neo The World Ends With You, because that, honestly, I was more excited for, but I don't know. We'll see what people think. I think I'll ask around. Because this is a good break point for the Great Ace Attorney. It would be a great time for me to take a break and go into something else. But also, I love Ace Attorney. This shit's wild. I love the feeling that I get of like a revelation. Like I might put together a highlight reel of revelations. Because it's just so good. It's so much more satisfying than any other game that I play. Like the revelation of oh shit, that's what happened. Oh shit, and I'm not too smart, so it happens pretty frequently with the revelations of everything that's going on. And the game, like, this isn't just to discredit the game designers, like they do a hell of a job of concealing the facts, revealing the facts, and revealing them in a certain way. I mean, like Gregson's rattling of the fucking guy, and then revealing, oh, he must have it on his person. Wait a minute, why would he accept a body search if he's got it on his person? Oh shit, I'm losing my, I'm getting my gourd freaked right now. That it was that rattling that was weird earlier. Oh shit, that's wild, absolutely wild, completely insane. Caught me completely off guard, and it really just blew my mind. Ugh. Sorry, I'm rubbing my eyes. I'm a little... Ugh. Did I not rub my eyes when I woke up? I still got sleepies in them. Ugh. I just woke up and immediately chose Law. God. What a good game! Alright. That's all for today. Thank you all for coming and watching and hanging out. Putting on this VOD if you're watching later. I thank you all again. And I hope to see you all in my orbit next time around. See ya!